like an advantage on a wet pad, Austin? What do you think?
Well, a lot of the electric cars are four-wheel drive, so inherently will have some more grip. On the acceleration event, they are able to apply the torque quite a bit better, but I don't think that's so much of an advantage here compared to the combustion cars.
Yes, and we can see that all the drivers are getting briefed by the marshals, because although it seems quite simple, it's 2 times clockwise and 2 times counterclockwise. But we do see every year that some drivers forget to count and do 3 times left or 3 times right in the wrong order, and so we can see that all the way. Did you drive any of these cars during any event, Austin?
I was always a bit too tall to be one of the drivers. One year I was the tilt table driver, but that's the extent of my Formula student driving experience.
Well, I do know that having practiced this skip pad event is very important, especially on a track like this where we can see a certain slope in the track. How does that affect the driving style of the driver, you think?
Well, the driver certainly has to be paying attention because, as you said, it's not a flat surface, and they need to be able to correct for any bumps or undulations they encounter over the course of the lap. The event is designed to test the steady-state cornering ability of the cars, but I think in practice it's very difficult to have a true steady-state corner.
So yes, it's more of a, let's say, pieces of dynamic corners, in fact, because as you can see, it's not only wet, but there's quite a slope, and you go from right side to the left side, which it's always like a dynamic imbalance, maybe. Maybe it's good to also to explain the audience the procedure for this wet pad event. How many drives do you get? What's the procedure?
All right, yeah, so each team will get 4 attempts at the wet pad. Those are divided between 2 drivers. You'll notice there are 2 different lines coming up to the event. There's the first driver queue and the second driver queue, and that's to ensure that all teams at least get to have 2 runs. That want to have, and any team that wants to have more runs than that has to go into the other queue. But obviously the queue for the cars that haven't run yet is prioritized to keep things as fair as possible. Historically, we've seen this event be quite quiet in the morning, and I think that's a combination of teams doing setup work and getting through scrutineering. But it does get quite busy in the last hour, and some teams have not been able to run. So I would encourage everybody who's listening to get your car out here and get at least a time in, so you can get some points in this event.
Yes, and we see some of the electric teams here as well. So at least we see Chalmers. I do believe that they have like the static events as well. So could that be a reason for them being early here on the wet pad?
That's a possibility, yes, and that's what I was saying before. The wet pad lasts effectively all day, and that's why it's a wet pad. So they've potentially got their statics later on in the afternoon and want to get the car around the wet pad, dried off, cleaned up, and get into their suits before their statics. It's a bit different than previous years. We used to have the electric cars have their static events first. It switched around this year, so all of the combustion teams had their static events completed yesterday, and it's the electric teams doing their statics today. We'll actually see the driverless vehicles, which we'll see driving this afternoon, doing their statics tomorrow and the following day. So yeah, it's really a sort of action-packed schedule for everybody involved over the next few days.
Yes, well, we have over 100 cars competing in the wet pad event, at least on paper. Some of them will not make it through scrutineering. I think we have Frank Ruske here, who's giving the go-ahead sign. If any team is ready, they can just move up to the start line. I think we will have Chalmers competing in the first skip pad event this year. So they have a first. Just behind them we have Barcelona, the car number 54, which is a very nice looking car with very well finished. So we have a combustion car, electric car, just right after each other. We will see which one will get the first best time in.
Mickey, I think the second car is an electric car as well, so we'll have to wait a little bit to see the combustion cars. But yeah, we'll have two electric cars in quick succession, and we'll be able to sort of get an indication of more than one team as to how quick they're going to be going this year. Looks like Chalmers is pulling up to the starting line.
Yes, and just for the information of the audience, only the second and the fourth lap count, right? So they take the average of the second lap, second right-hand lap, and the fourth lap, which is the second left-hand lap, which will count. So first lap doesn't really count. Although if you do hit the cone, then it will be added to your time. Well, Chalmers looking very, very smooth indeed, and I think this might be a very quick time in the low fives. Let's see. Oh, it's a 5.9, which is not bad for a first attempt. I think he will go around half his second attempt immediately if he's just getting used to the track and the wet conditions. And yeah, it looks like he's coming back immediately for the second run. Well, it is really difficult to get that steady state, as we said earlier. We saw the driver struggling just a little bit, getting into the second lap, and he does manage to bring it back to steady state, but it's he has to correct a little bit over there with some slight oversteer. You could always see the time. I think it's a bit worse than the first time. It's a 6:01, but still the fastest time is now 5.93.
Yeah, I think in general over the course of that run, the driver was pushing a little bit harder and wasn't in complete control for most of the time, which showed by his lap time. It wasn't a bad run, but it wasn't quite as good as the first run either. Now I've got Barcelona pulling up to take the green flag. This car actually has just one motor at the rear of the vehicle, as compared to some of the other electric teams which have one motor on each wheel. It's got a clean first lap though. So yeah, good run from Barcelona. They were a bit quicker on the left-hand side than they were on the right-hand side and have a time of 5.9, so they just take the lead from Chalmers by 0.03 of a second.
Yeah, but this driver has another to go, doesn't he? So he just got used to the track, and let's see what he can do on the second lap. They both have Hoosier tires. Is there any difference in the wet compound or maybe the tread in the tires, Austin?
Yeah, in general, the wet tires are quite a bit softer than the slick tires, just to generate as much temperature and grip as they possibly can in the short amount of time that they're driving around the track. I think last year we saw that Continental came out with a really good wet tire and set some really good times in the skid pad last year. We'll see how all the tires compare once a few more cars join the line, I think. And it's very consistent. It's a 5.95, so not quite as quick as his first run, but showing that the pace is consistent in the car. And the driver, I think, did a very good job both attempts.
Yeah, well, it was funny to see that the second run of both drivers was a bit slower than the first one. I do believe it's maybe a bit of overdriving, a bit overconfident in the car and the track conditions. It's very, very tricky. You have to be really on the limit and not beyond it, because that's a bit slower, in fact, as we could see on the times. Not much, but just enough.
Yeah, exactly, Mickey. It was once they set a baseline time, they wanted to improve and were pushing the limits of traction, and I think in both cases exceeded them slightly. Cars will go back to the pits. The teams will take what they learned from the first runs and make some setup changes and maybe come back quicker. But if not, they're good times to begin with.
Well, in the meantime, there's another event going on today, Austin, which is for the driverless vehicles. And we do see the KIT driverless vehicle driving around on the track. It's a shortened version of the endurance track. What else do we know about this track?
Yeah, it's a shortened version of the endurance track. It's about 400 meters long, and it's actually the section of the endurance track that's on the actual Hockenheimring Formula One racetrack. During the track drive event, the cars will have to navigate 10 laps of the circuit in autonomous mode. We'll get points on how efficient and how quickly they do that circumnavigation of the track. Looks like Karlsruhe is doing some practice runs at the moment. Saw some very eventful skid pad and acceleration from the driverless cars yesterday. Karlsruhe ended up winning the acceleration event by just under 1/10 of a second over Zurich. But then in the skid pad event, Zurich took the victory. Just over Hamburg in that.
Yes, it's going to be a close competition in all the fields, doesn't it? Driverless is really close with a couple of teams, and I do believe that combustion and electric vehicles will be very close competition this year.
Yeah, I think all around we're seeing some very close competition in the driverless and in the electric and combustion as well. Looks like the Karlsruhe car is stopped on the test track. He's taken out a cone. I can see the blue light flashing on the roll hoop, which is activated remotely when the team or the officials stop the car as a safety measure. So now the team will go up to the car and see what's wrong and try to fix it and get back on track as quickly as they can.
So what do you think about the finishing rate within the driverless vehicle competition in the endurance? How many of the, let's say, 4 or 5 driving cars will finish in, do you think?
I think it's going to be an interesting one because from the testing we've seen, once the cars seem to go quite well, but once they start to hit cones, the cones move from the original locations and the cars try to over-process what's happening. And you know, there was a stack overflow error from Zurich's car the other day because it was trying to process too much information. So in general, if the cars can stay on the track in the first place, they've got a good chance at finishing. But if they start to hit cones, that's when things go wrong.
Yes, we saw yesterday a couple of cars really going off track after hitting a cone. It looked like that a lot of these driverless vehicles have, until they're on track and right in the middle, everything is fine and everything is smooth. But the moment they make a mistake or hit a cone or go slightly off track, it seems like the correction, let's say, algorithm really messes up the whole trajectory of the car.
Yeah, I agree, Mickey. I guess it's two separate things. First, the cars need to know where the cones are, and secondly, the cars need to know not to hit the cones. And it's a lot of computing power required to put all those things together.
Yes, and we do know that most of the driverless vehicle teams are in fact IT guys or IT students or otherwise engage in IT practices. So they don't really know all that about the previous cars. They get a car from, let's say, last year's the competing teams. So how do they cope with that?
Yeah, I was surprised to find out in speaking with most of the teams that a lot of them, it's their first year competing in Formula Student, and they've just inherited the car from the previous teams. So being from an IT or technical or a computer science background, a lot of this dealing with an actual car is very new to them, so they've had a very steep learning curve this year. And I think we've seen at this point we're not quite yet reaching the limit of the cars being the limiting factor for the speeds. There's as I've been saying, there's so many complicated calculations that need to happen, and figuring out the best way to do it, because the several teams we've spoken with are all using different concepts and prioritizing different parameters when trying to figure out how to circumnavigate the track as quickly as possible.
Yes, and it's all about the algorithms, isn't it? And it's really fun to see that all the different teams in driverless vehicle competition have their own method of sensoring and, let's say, marking the track, building models, or real-time sensing of the cones. What did we find out yesterday about that?
Yeah, in general, I think the two main ways the teams are using to detect the cones in the track is a series of stereo cameras and LiDAR sensors. But even though they're using the same technologies, they're implementing them differently. I know Zurich just has one LiDAR sensor in the front of their car, whereas Karlsruhe and Hamburg have one LiDAR sensor on each front corner of the car, so they've got two in total. And it's really just about how they process all of the data and come up with the best trajectory for the vehicle. You can see we've also got quite a few teams waiting to do some test runs in the test area over on the far side of the track. It's certainly much more busy than it was at any point yesterday. I think for the majority today, Hertfordshire had exclusive use of the test track to themselves. It seemed that way anyways.
So what's the idea about spending a lot of time on the practice track anyway, Austin? What do you think?
The teams are trying to get an optimum setup for their car. A lot of the teams have had to disassemble their cars to get them to Germany. So when they've built them back up, they want to make sure that they've had all the settings as they want them. Yesterday we were speaking to Hertfordshire and they said they were doing a lot of testing because even though they're from the UK, they've had a comically dry summer so far, so they've not done any wet weather running. And the forecast over the next few days shows quite a bit of rain, so they were taking advantage of that to dial in their wet weather setup. And I think some of the teams will be in a similar situation and just trying to get some miles on the car and prove some components.
It does seem that the weather is a bit gone haywire because a dry summer in the UK and a wet summer in Germany, how's that work?
Yeah, it's not making any sense, is it? It's 2017, I guess.
Yes, and what we see that is also that some of the teams take the time to really scrub in their race tires. Why would you scrub in a race tire anyway?
A lot of times when the tires come out of the molds, they've got some sort of compound on them to release from the molds, and so that they want to break in the tire a bit to give optimal grip properties, because the distance that these cars run for the different events, we're not reaching the limit of tire wear. So it makes sense to get the tires to their optimal condition before they're used, because they're used for such short lengths of time in the tire world.
Yes, and it's very important, especially for the autocross, to have well-scrubbed tires, I guess, to have optimum grip in the corners. And you see that giving them one or two heat cycles is usually the best preparation for these tires?
Yeah, I think as a driver you'd probably know more about that than I would, but it seems to be what most of the teams do, is to sort of get, as you said, one or two heat cycles into the tires through practice, and so they've got well worn in, or not worn in, but tires that are ready to go for the dynamic events. Looks like Zurich is getting ready to make a run on the driverless test track this morning. The actual track drive event will start at 2 p.m. this afternoon. It's actually divided into two segments, and each car will be able to have an attempt in each segment. The first segment is from 2 to 4, the second segment is from 5 to 7, and the car's best run will count towards their score.
Yes, and they do take this time to learn the track as well, especially I think Zurich that is building a model of the track, so they can, I'd say, program the car just before the race and make sure that the track layout is programmed into the car and hopefully stay within the limits of the cones.
Yeah, exactly. I guess that's another bit of information we didn't speak about before, is the ability to use GPS to program coordinates into the car to assist it in getting around the track. I guess it's very similar to some technology used in flying drones in the past few years.
Yeah, so we had a bit of a discussion yesterday, didn't we, about how these driverless vehicles work actually. Do they program the track within GPS, of which we know GPS is not that precise, right? So there's always a bit of an offset, and how do they combine that real-time measurements of the cones through LiDAR, but also cameras? Some teams have like cameras. How do you interpret the pictures? It's a very interesting conversation. Everybody has their own idea about it and own theories, and we've been discussing this for hours yesterday, back in the hotel room even.
Yeah, it's so technologically advanced. There are so many different theories on how to best achieve each event. And for example, the cars know the difference between the blue cones and the yellow cones and the orange cones. And in addition to that, they can tell the difference between the big orange cones and the little orange cones, and they all do something different. And that's actually how the cars knew when to turn left on the skid pad. Is once they passed the cones for a certain number of times, they would know they need to go a different way. Looks like we've got another car rolling up to the skid pad. I think it's Oxford Brookes, based on the color scheme in the big wing.
So do you think they will be best UK team, arguably?
I think they'll certainly be the best UK team for now, once they get the time in. And you know, you never know, maybe they'll keep that for the rest of the event.
Yeah, they do have sort of a reputation. A couple of years back, I remember that they were really good on skip pad, and I do think they won a couple of times the skip pad event. They really tried to optimize the car performance for this special event.
Yeah, it's one of the specialties of the university is vehicle dynamics. So they take great pride in the setup of their car for these different events. And they have been quite competitive in the skid pad. I know their car was quite quick in the UK too before they had some issues in endurance, so we'll see what they can do here. You can see the team cleaning off the tires, reducing the debris as much as possible. We said we wanted clean tires, so that's what we're going to get. And I've actually rolled the car all the way up to the starting point with the tire covers on in order to minimize the amount of debris that's on them for this run.
Yes, it's really funny to see that we have a sort of a, let's say, stewardess action going on while Stig is explaining the driver what he should do, and we have one of the lady officials actually pointing out in a stewardess style which way to go and what the exits are and stuff like that.
Yeah, 2 to the right, then 2 to the left. Don't hit any cones. It seems really simple, but when you're actually in the cockpit, I can imagine it's quite hard, Mickey, to keep track of where you are and what you're doing. Can you talk about your experience?
Well, I've never driven a skip pad on an event, but I did some practice runs, and especially when there's a lot of pressure on you as a driver, you have to really perform because you only get like 2 runs, and if you mess it up, then in fact you lose points. And in the end, you need all the points to finish high on the overall standings. And I can tell you the pressure is immense to perform because you've been working all year with the team up to this moment. And these drivers must have nerves of steel to perform in this moment.
Yeah, you've got the weight of the whole team, and they just want you to do well. So we'll see how we can go, and we'll now have the chance to see how the combustion cars compare against the electric cars in this event so far.
Yeah, and let's not forget the sprinkler effect, because the moment you drive on the track, you get a lot of water on your visor and your helmet, and it's a sort of a new situation. We do know that some teams actually practice on a wet pad back at home, but usually they don't have a sprinkler system like this. So it's new in certain ways, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be different, and from anything they've tested. You've got the sprinklers, you've also got the surface, and it's impossible to replicate exactly this asphalt and the properties and the bumps and everything like that. So yeah, it's a bit new. Well, Oxford Brookes fires up. We can see Chalmers coming back with their second driver.
Well, what I do notice, Austin, is that if we look at the wet tires from Chalmers and Oxford Brookes, then I see a different tread on the tires.
Yeah, the Brookes tread is sort of asymmetrical. It's sort of, yeah, well as the Chalmers, they've sort of got a V going down the middle of the tire. The Brookes also have the smaller 10-inch rims, so I think they've got smaller tires. It's hard to see from, yeah. They are smaller, aren't they?
Yeah, and it looks like that Brookes has like custom-made or maybe even hand-cut wet tires as well, and Chalmers, I do believe they have the, let's say, the standard wet tires from Hoosier, right?
Yeah, it's looking like that. I think they're just warming up their engine at the moment to get it to optimal operating temperature before they do anything dramatic with the accelerator.
Yes, it's so important to be able to keep the engine steady throughout the lap. And if when the engine is cold, it will have a tendency to go up and down in revs, don't they?
Looks like the driver's got his visor down and he's pulling up to the starting line. Looks like he's stalled, but he's got it fired back up quite quickly. Yeah, just about to get the green flag. This time 5.81, but he did hit one cone right at the very end, or even two cones. No, it looks like just one. So it puts, with each cone you get a time penalty, so I think it puts him right in the mix, but he'll try to avoid the cone in his next run, I think.
Yes, it's. We noticed that the driver doesn't immediately go for the second run. Is there some reason for that? Is he not happy with the car? What do you think?
It's possible he thinks they should make some setup changes, or maybe he just needs some time to collect his thoughts and reprocess how he wants to attack the lap. And the cone he hit is one that drivers quite often hit. It's right at the end of the run, and they try to give a little burst of throttle, and if the back end of the car swings out, and they just clip that cone. So I'd say out of all the cones, that's probably the one that's hit most frequently. From a driver's perspective, Mickey, what do you do after a run? I know you didn't do skid pad, but if you did in an autocross run, for example, what thoughts do you process between runs?
Well, it's very difficult. Actually, you don't really have the time to process anything. It's like you're full of adrenaline, and you're trying to do the best you can and not think at all about what you have done. Obviously, if you made some kind of mistakes on the track, then you will try to prevent to repeat that, and you will remember when you made that mistake, and next time be a bit more careful. So usually you see drivers not hitting the same cone in the same place, but in some other areas. But the time between those runs is so limited. It's just don't really have the time to process and to think about it a lot. And maybe that's a good thing, because the more you think about it, the more you get excited, and you have a chance of, let's say, getting a block.
Thanks, Mickey. One thing I did notice about the Brookes run was how closely he was following the inside set of cones, and much more so than either of the first two teams to go. He was right, pretty much driving over the flange on the bottom of each cone.
Yeah, that just shows you how confident the driver is with the car. So that means he did practice a lot. That's the biggest difference you see between drivers who have practiced a lot and know their cars and are confident, and the other ones. It's the closeness to the cones. The closer you can drive to the cones, obviously the lesser distance you have to travel, and the quicker your time, in theory, is.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Mickey. just spoke to the Brooks team as Chalmers goes around, and their lap is good so far, but I think Brooks is going to come around for a second run right away, but they'll have to get back in line behind the team that's joining the queue.
If I look closely to the Chalmers car, I see the car having a little bit of understeer going around, and then you see the driver is trying to correct that with adding just a little bit of throttle and going from understeer situation into the oversteer situation, and that's what happens. And sometimes then you lose control, as we just saw that, and unfortunately he clipped another cone.
I think it's actually the same cone, Mickey, as we were just talking about. If not, it's the one just before. And I feel quite bad for that cone.
That's probably not being the last time it will be hit today, will it?
No, I think it's going to be a recurring theme, and maybe the photographers will get the GoPro cone in there for some action at some point in the day.
Well, so far it looks like a clean run. Let's see if we can just miss the final cone. How he did. So it looks like a clean run, but he didn't. Let's see. No, he just improved on his time, I guess, because the previous one was a cone.
He improves on his previous best by 10 milliseconds now that Tice is here.
Yes, the previous, it was actually the first run, they did a 5.93, and this last run was a 5.92, so I guess they're done for the wet pad, at least for today, so they can go back to the pits and relax and prepare themselves for either statics or the dynamic events tomorrow.
Yeah, they've got the dynamic events out of the way for today, so there's a weight off their shoulders. One thing we haven't mentioned so far is that the teams have different maps they can apply to the vehicles, similar to having a rev limiter as you drive through the pit lane, especially if they've had extensive testing. Mickey, do you want to talk about that a bit?
Well, yes. Well, we do know that electric cars have some advantage in that, don't they? Especially the four-wheel driven cars, because they do have some yaw rate control and some, let's say, steering aids for the driver, which makes it a little bit more easy to go around. But also the combustion teams they can play around with mechanical settings, but also with engine mappings. And it's not about peak power, is it? It's more about having a steady state RPM and speed.
Yeah, it's about being steady. You find cars start to go wrong when the driver slams on the gas and lets off the gas and induces some oversteer or understeer and hits some cones. But it looks like Brooks has a fairly good engine map for this event going on at the moment.
So we have one of the top contenders for the overall win, I think. Kit Combustion, what do we know about this car so far? How did they do in the previous events? Maybe we can ask one of our colleagues if they can tell us a little bit about Kit Combustion, how they went this year. Maybe you know something by heart?
Well, Steph is preparing his response. We'll have a look at Brooks as they go for their second run on skid pad. Get the green flag, and driver's off again. And a very smooth engine response as the driver goes around the course. That's the fastest time of the day so far, 5.72 second run for Oxford Brooks. driver clearly took on what he learned in the first run and was able to be a bit more aggressive. And we'll see what he can translate to the second driver when they decide to come out.
Yeah, so he's getting patted on the head for a very decent, clean run. It was just amazing to see how close he came to the cones without actually hitting them. It just shows you how confident the driver was after the first run. The second run was really good.
Yeah, and you could hear he was a little bit more aggressive on the throttle, but still kept it a very smooth run throughout the whole set of 4 laps. This is actually the Karlsruhe electric car, and they've got very similar paint schemes and can be difficult to tell the difference, but they're just tightening their driver into his belts, doing some tire pressures, and making the final preparations before their run.
Yeah, so the team from Karlsruhe up next, the black and yellow car. They won the event last year. It's a local team. I'm quite sure that the grandstands host a number of fans from Karlsruhe. This year they went to Austria, where they came in overall second, and also second in skid pad. And actually last year they also won the wet pad here in Germany. So I do think that the time that the Karlsruhe team will be able to set will be a very good benchmark for the rest of the day.
And they're also running Continental tires, as we spoke about last year. They're very competitive in the wet, so we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, so at the moment our timekeeping guys and the FS World Ranking list have provided for us a new set of data. We do have all the past results of the most recent competitions. We're now busy with updating FS Check. I also do have some world ranking standings, someone that updated this morning at 5:30, although they had some few glitches. So if we announce any world ranking numbers, they will be updated up until 2016 Spain. So probably tomorrow we will have the most recent updated numbers also up until the very last events last week.
And for reference, last year this team did a run of 5.23 seconds. As their fastest time that won the electric wet skid pad.
So that's an impressive improvement. If they would do this same time today, then they would shave off half a second of the fastest time so far. Is that all due to the tires, you think?
I think it's a combination of tires and setup and preparation, as well as the electric versus combustion difference. It's also good to see them coming out so early. Sometimes the teams will wait unnecessarily long to come out to the skid pad, but Karlsruhe is getting a run in early, which is quite good for them and good for us that we see some cars going around the skid pad as early as this.
So the first right-hand turn in a 5.5, the first left-hand turn a 5.6, and now the second left-hand turn is a 5.6, on average 5.561.
As we saw in his first left-hand turn, he managed to just hit a cone, but it stayed in the box and stayed upright, so that doesn't count as any sort of penalty.
Yes, because the rule is a cone down or out, which means if it falls over, you get a time penalty, or it's moved out of the box and it's not touching the box anymore, then you also get a penalty.
Yes, exactly. And Mickey, has it ever happened where a car will hit a cone and it flips up in the air and lands back in the box?
Well, I was so fortunate to have that once during my fastest autocross run. Actually jump up 1 meter in the air and land it, and it was still touching the box. So fortunately I didn't get any penalty, but I was lucky there.
Yes, das ist gut. I think that's what they say in Germany anyways.
In the meantime, Karlsruhe is completing the second run. It looks a bit faster to the naked eye, but I'm getting a shake of the L. What it is, he just managed to improve on his time with a 5.51. Very, very nice, very close to the first run. Well done, Karlsruhe.
Maybe it gives an early indication as to the conditions of the wet pad, even though it is wet for everybody. I remember last year being a very sunny day. And so the asphalt, even though it was wet, may have been a bit warmer, giving a bit more grip for all of the cars. But we'll see how the rest of the cars also compare.
So yeah, we indeed saw some very consistent lap times here from Karlsruhe. We actually have a decimal more than the scoring board, and for the milliseconds we do have ties. Ties, the difference in milliseconds, what do we have exactly?
It's 54 milliseconds, I think. We're actually a bit slower on the right-hand turn, but quite a bit quicker on the left-hand turn, funnily enough, so the average still is faster.
All right.
Now got St. Augustine in line. They've got an electric car, car number 45, making the final preparations.
Yeah, the car from car number 45 from St. Augustine also participated in Austria this year. They were in overall 5th. They were not able to run an acceleration in that event, but they came in 7th in skid pad. So again, we have a very competitive time to be expected. I do see that in Austria they did have some reliability issues, because I don't see a... No, I do see a 5th place for endurance. Apologies, they did not run in autocross. So they did finish endurance. So yeah, quite a reliable car. Let's see what they can do in this run.
A smooth first lap for the driver. He's not quite as close to the cones as some of the other drivers we've seen from Karlsruhe and Oxford Brookes. Still a decent lap time for the first half of the lap. It's a 5.88 for the driver's first run from St. Augustine. I noticed they're using what appear to be the same tires that Oxford Brook has, the asymmetrically cut Hoosier wet tires. The driver opts to go right to the start of his second run. Meanwhile, it looks like Karlsruhe is taking advantage of our tent over by the scoreboard.
Well, as long as we don't use it, they're free to do so.
Yeah, I think also there's an energy meter readout situation over there. We do believe that all the electric cars drive every single dynamic event with an energy meter, because they're not allowed to use more than 80 kilowatts on any certain given time. So after every dynamic event, the energy meter is read out, and I guess they put up a tent because we do see some rain coming up, and they want to stay dry with all the energy meters and laptops and stuff.
Looks like St. Augustine is pulling their driver away before he starts his second run. Looks like they're going to try and make some setup changes. And I can actually feel a few sprinkles starting to come down from the sky. The weather forecast seemed to imply that there's going to be showers this morning going into full-out rain in the afternoon. I think very similar to yesterday. It's quite wet. Hopefully everybody's had time to dry out since then and managed to get out of the campsite all right with all their vehicles. I can imagine it's a bit of a bog at the minute. Well, we've got a lull in the action of the skid pad. I can see Baltic Racing's mascot, Walfred the Whale, making his way down the stands. Some impressive flipping down the stairs. He's managed not to fall over. So if you see Walfred in the crowd, give him a high five or high fin or whatever they call it with whales. I've got to apologize for the majority of last year. We were calling Walfred a dolphin and not a whale, and he was a bit offended. So we're going to fix that now, that Walfred is a whale and not a dolphin. Sorry, Walfred. Just a reminder to all the teams, skid pad is open and will be open for a while, but if you get your times in now, you don't have to worry about it later. And also, if you get your times in now, you're just facing a wet skid pad as opposed to a wet skid pad when it starts to rain later on.
So Mickey, we're having, actually there's one car coming in. I believe it's the car from Hertfordshire. While they're approaching the queue, maybe it's a good time to talk about team strategy, because there are some waits now. Is it advisable to teams to join the queue at this moment, or are they to wait? What do you think, Mickey?
Well, I would go definitely now when the track is empty, because then you don't have to wait between your two runs and you can just actually go right ahead. You have some temperature in your tires and go into your second run without having to wait for another car to go first. So I would definitely go now. In fact, the track is empty. It will not get drier or wetter. So actually, the emptier the track is, the more you can play around and choose your own time to go, and it's always an advantage.
Yeah, we have seen in the past also cars not being able to drive because they waited out too long to make the first run. So not being able to drive at all, or maybe only one run. So that's something that the teams risk when waiting. So normally in the dry, track conditions will improve over the day, but regarding the fact that it is a wet pad and probably this is the driest we will have today, waiting out is not really advisable from our perspective, right?
No, so we always say that the rain is a great equalizer, I guess, and that's because of the fact that the track doesn't change over time. And in fact, we do see in the dry, let's say dry skid pads, that the track gets better because there's more rubber and less filth on it, less dust. But here it doesn't matter, so you might as well get your runs in as soon as you are ready to go for it, and maybe do a couple of practice runs on the practice area and then just go for it, because it's really better to have a clean track.
Okay, so next in line is the car from Hertfordshire. They went to the UK this year and came in first on design and third on skid pad. So with an overall result, they were unable to finish endurance, unfortunately. So overall, only 16th. One of the teams that took the time to fill in the questionnaire, so we want to thank the team from Hertfordshire for doing so, and we will also want to encourage all the teams that have not done that yet to do so anyway, that we can take it along tomorrow. The team from Hearts indicated that they feel quite a strong rivalry with the team from Bath. Maybe Austin, being also a former alumnus from the Oxford team, also a British team, you can tell us a little bit about the spirit of the competition in the UK.
Yeah, I think all of the UK teams, they really do get along with each other, but there is quite a lot of banter between them about which is the best UK team. I think that banter has migrated over to the commentary team as well. I like to have a bit of fun with it. This year, all of the UK teams competing in Formula Student Germany had some sort of trouble at the UK event in Silverstone last month, and the team that won was Cardiff University. They're not actually here, but they won with the tortoise and the hare approach. Slow and steady wins the race.
And just to give you a small update about the scrutineering situation, as we speak, we have 29 teams that have passed all the scrutineering events and are ready to drive. So a fair bit more to complete all the scrutineering events. And I'm talking about 29 teams, electric and combustion, and another 4 for the driverless. So we do expect a lot more teams to pass scrutineering today, and maybe joining the wet band later at this day, maybe towards the evening.
Now we've got Hertfordshire pulling up to the starting line. They've also got the same Continental compound, it appears anyways, that Karlsruhe has, so we'll see how they compare, being a combustion car as opposed to an electric car.
So starting the skid pad, celebrating their 20th anniversary of the team from Hertfordshire. Let's see what they can do.
Driver looks like he's had to make a little bit of a correction on his first left-hand turn. So a consistent run, a 5.93 second run for their first attempt at the skid pad. The car is easy to tell based on the very bright orange roll hoop. I think that was a point of contention within the team about what color they were going to paint the chassis. Takes his second run right away. Oh, he's got a very quick right-hand time, but he's hit several cones on his left-hand lap.
Yes, you could see a lot of understeer from that car, unfortunately. It just slides towards the cones on the outside, so he managed to clip like 4 or 5 cones even. So that will not be a very good time, but I do think they can sort it out a little bit, maybe do a setup change and get rid of the understeer.
Yeah, biggest fan of the team from Hertfordshire is Taylor Swift. They brought a cardboard cutout and brought him in the pits, so she follows the team around.
And they've been given a DNF for that run. They were completely off the track at one point. Fortunately for them, their first run was quicker anyways, and that will still count. So their time is a 5.93 second run. While we're waiting for UAS Munich to take the green flag, we've just received the list of the engineering design finalists for the combustion cars. Those 5 cars are car 202 from the University of Stuttgart, 203 from UAS Graz, 250 from Bath, 307 from Karlsruhe, and 313 from TU Berlin. And those are the combustion engineering design finalists. So congratulations to all those teams and best of luck preparing for the design finals event later on.
So we do see that the scrutineers are doing some checks on the car in the queue. What kind of checks are those, Austin?
They'll be doing some last-minute safety checks, making sure all the nuts and bolts are tight, that the wheels are attached, that the driver's got his harnesses on, and in general just making sure that the event is taking place in a safe manner. All of the cars are scrutineered very, very heavily to ensure they're as safe as possible before they're allowed to come on track at all. The teams can take them back to their pits and make some adjustments, so they're just making sure that they've not made any errors in doing so.
Yes, and we even do see a stick with a red wire on it, and a scrutineer standing behind the wing. What's that for?
Yeah, they're also checking the ride height of the vehicle. There's a minimum ride height the cars have to maintain when they're static. So they slide a hockey puck-like thing underneath the car to make sure that the cars are high enough.
Yes, and they also check, I do believe they check the T-sol light, whether it can be seen from a certain angle behind the car, especially for this is for the electric vehicles. It's very important to see whether the lights are on and what color they have, and whether they're flashing or not, because that indicates whether it's safe to approach the vehicle or not.
So we had just some cheers from the grandstand. I believe it was for the Fast Tube team also approaching the starting line of the skid pad. Whilst the Munich team is unwrapping their tires, Mickey, maybe you can tell what they are doing there. Why do they have the wraps on?
Well, it's fairly simple. They just want to make sure that the tires are clean. They have to push the car all the way from the pits here, and there's a lot of dirt and dust on the road, so they don't want to pick it up. Especially if they come from the practice area and you have hot tires, they will pick up literally everything. So they want to make sure they have clean tires when they get here. So sometimes they wrap them in some kind of foil or tire warmers even, or well, tire warmers are not really allowed, but at least covers. So that's actually the explanation.
Yeah, so the teams do not use the tire heaters we can see in other racing classes, right? It's not allowed in this kind of competition. Munich approaching the starting line, car number 13. Last year they were also here. They were overall 17th. They did run a very decent acceleration time, but they had no time in skid pad. So I'm quite curious what they can do. It looks quite fast and composed, a little bit of oversteer there. You can see that this driver is really pushing it. He's driving quite close to the cones. They practiced it a lot, I think. Or it is a very good driver. It can be either one of those. Time of 5:82, so that's 0.3 of a second from the fastest time of the day. So it's quite a decent time. And he goes in, I think, immediately for the second run.
Yes, you could see this driver having a little bit of difficulty getting the steady state situation in the car, and is driving like in the dynamic style, which isn't always the fastest. You really have to manage a steady state, otherwise you're just overdriving and you're going from understeer to oversteer situation, which is usually not that fast. I think that the driver has got the idea right now, and this should be. It's just a bit slower, two hundredths of a second.
Again, we can see very, very consistent times, while the car from Mumbai next to us is firing up. Car 347. We know from last year also we have a lot of live stream viewers also from India, a lot of fans from overseas following us in this event. So maybe people are cheering at their desks right now at home while listening to this car. It works, so let's see.
Yeah, this is the first car we've seen today with no wings on it, so I guess we can get an indication of how much of a difference they could potentially make to a skid pad run.
Yeah, so this is their second time at Formula Student Germany. It nearly misses the timing beacon.
Yeah, the driver was building up speed over that lap, and he, I think, exceeded the grip of the car quite suddenly, and
it got a cone stuck under their front right tire.
Yes, and I think that they're about to stop the car. At least they tried to give him a red flag, but I don't think the marshal is going through it as well. I think now he's collecting all the cones which are out there. There's massive understeer in that car. It just goes out of the track completely.
Yeah, so last time they were here was in 2014, so quite some time ago. Back then they were not able to drive at any dynamic events, so they have passed scrutineering this time, so that's quite an achievement for them. The car also looks fine. If the driver can keep it a little bit more composed, I'm quite sure they will have quite a decent time here at the skid pad event.
I think he was just driving a little bit beyond the limits of the car, so if he can tone it back a bit and just get a time on the board, it would be a good result for Mumbai.
So while the marshals are rebuilding the track, what do we know about the next car, TU Berlin? They have a very distinct feature on the car, don't they? This is something we've seen like for many years already, which is a transparent side, some transparent materials used to cover up the space frame.
Yeah, and also their driver is wearing pants. They wanted us to shout out this, so they do wear full suits. They design a car around the concept of visible technology. That is also why they want us to see through the chassis. It's a tubular space frame, so it's also possible to do that. With carbon it's a little bit more difficult to make it transparent. They don't want to hide anything that they have built over the last year. It's also for them, they think it's quite interesting for us to see the driver at work. This will be quite a challenge from a distance, but for us it's quite a nice opportunity to see what he's doing with his legs constantly.
It has become sort of a trademark for them, isn't it? I mean, you can always recognize the car with the transparent sides driving around. Oh, that's TU Berlin, and they've been doing that for a number of years already. I think since like 2010 or 11 even. So that's it's a tradition by now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's indeed a trademark of them. The hashtag is back again. Like last year, they were also here last year. Came in overall 18th. They had a 40th place on skid pad, so below their average. So they're looking to improve that this year, I think.
They're also running on the Continental tires, which we know are quite good in the wet. So we'll see how they go around now. So 6.1 right-hand time. He finishes with a clean run, a 6.05 left for a 6.08 average. So it was very consistent and very steady. I think the driver will potentially have his second run right away, and while the tires are warm, and try to improve that slightly.
So the next team up is the team from Stralsund. They're already here for the 12th time, so they have been attending any event of Formula Student ever. They also indicated that they practiced with Munich. I don't know whether it's the DHBW Munich or the TU Munich, but they did practice a lot with Munich, whilst Berlin has started for the second run. And a very nice time of 5:86, a significant improvement of the previous time. So this is probably the time to shout out for Walfred. Not quite sure, we just saw him here on the grandstand, but the mascot of Stralsund, Walfred, he is looking for a lovely wheel lady to create wheel cars. So if anybody knows a female wheel lady for Walfred, we'd be most appreciated.
So we have car number 317 from Stralsund coming up to the line, and this is actually the oldest German team around. They've been here and they've been competing like for almost 20 years. I think the first year was way back. We know them. In fact, the organization of Formula Student Germany, some of the members have been in this team, well, quite some years ago. But these are the roots of this is the roots of those people involved in the organization committee.
Yeah, their all-time best world world ranking standing is a 4th place. They're currently up and around the 7th place, while they completed in a 6:35.
Driver with a very exuberant start, trying to get as much heat into the tires as possible. It also sounds cool.
Yeah, so the 7th place I just mentioned was their best result at an event in Formula Student Germany, so not the world ranking standing, so that's a different figure.
The driver manages to improve with a 6.22 second run. I've got to say the car sounds really good as well. Now got car 239 from US. Heilbronn is just fired up. Driver making the final few preparations and putting his visor down. Looks like he's making his way to the starting line now.
So the team from Heilbronn approaching the starting line. Maybe the team that is closest to Hockenheim of all the German teams present here. It's very close by. I know some of the officials also have a hotel in Heilbronn, so it's very close by. Let's see what they can do with the very nice red car.
Look at here, they've got some fans in the stands as well. A nice round of applause as they set off.
They should have some fans on the grandstand, being this close by.
Yeah, playing hooky from work on Friday, coming to support the team. It's a run of 6.64 seconds. Clean run. The driver lines up for the start of his second run right away.
So this year the team runs with a new engine and an ECU. They run with a single cylinder, as we can hear from the distinct sound. It is a 500cc single cylinder, 501cc single cylinder. So yeah, the teams have numerous options for engines, right, Austin?
Yeah, Steph, there's a 600cc limit on the combustion cars, so teams run anything from a single cylinder KTM, for example, to a 600cc super or sport bike engine, or anything in between. I know there are a few teams running 2-cylinder engines as well. That time improves to a 6.38, a great second run for Heilbronn. Just been corrected here. The displacement figure has changed for this year. We're just getting the updated information. It's been 600 for so long. It's just sort of ingrained into my mind. Tice is bringing up the official wording, and we'll give you an update as soon as we get what that is.
Yeah, we do believe it is around 700 at this time.
Right now we're having a competition to see if Steph or Thijs can find this number first. I think it's looking promising from Thijs's point of view. But Steph is close on his heels, using the search function in the PDF document.
So much pressure.
Apparently CC happens quite a lot. I think Steph is the winner here. Steph, can you update us on what the displacement is?
Yeah, apparently it's increased this year to 710 cc. So it's page 87, Thijs, on the official rulebook.
I think I can see a wall of rain coming from us from the trees over behind the test area. Hopefully it's not too severe. We've got no action on the skid pad now, so if you're a team that wants to get some times in, it's probably a good time to get down to the track. It also gives us something to talk about, so you don't have to hear our bad jokes. So I'd really encourage some of the teams to come down and make a run on the skid pad.
Yes, otherwise we'll just have to interview some of the scrutineers just standing around doing nothing, and I'm not sure whether they're up for it.
He is walking away at this point, so he's quite reluctant to help us out here. That can be the case with scrutineers, especially this one. The other ones are okay, but Kevin is a special case.
Just to give you an update, the fastest combustion car so far is Oxford Brookes Racing still, and the fastest electric car is Karlsruhe. Perhaps, Steph, you can update us with what those times are.
Well, we do know that Thijs is the one having all the milliseconds always, so do expect Thijs to help us out here. But meanwhile, I can open the commentating dashboard that we have been provided by Timekeeping. The Timekeeping guys, again, like yesterday, sitting in the white van on the opposite side of the track. Yesterday we saw them also coming out of their secret van when the Zurich driverless car hit over the timekeeping beacon. Was quite spectacular, wasn't it, Austin?
Yeah, it was quite an eventful run the driverless car had. The first lap was quite quick and quite successful. On the second lap the car it hit a cone and then hit another cone, and I think it may have had some sort of processing stack overflow error, as they told us, and managed to spin out and hit the timing beacon. The skid pad yesterday was a regular skid pad. It wasn't a wet skid pad by the name of Rules, but it was raining the whole day, so it really was a wet skid pad. Although towards the end of the day, a few of the teams put on some slick tires to set their times.
Yeah, so regarding the stack overflow, it's our general failure mode for the driverless cars when we do not know what is happening but the car is not working properly. First we say it's a stack overflow, then we interview the team and find out what really happened there. So we're not always quite sure from a distance what happens exactly.
Well, usually we just say it's all IT, we don't understand any of it anyway, so we get a lot of technical IT terms that we are not familiar with, so we just use Stack Overflow as a general comment.
Yeah, of course, back in the days we only just built combustion cars, so for us anything with a wire and software, that's where the tricky part begins.
Well, we did used to say that if you can't fix it with a hammer, it must be electronics then.
Yeah, quite often when we've been asking the driverless teams what the problem is with their car, they ask us to fill in a help desk ticket. We've actually have an update on our update. Thijs has been looking into the engine displacement rules a little bit further, and perhaps he can explain what his explanation is.
Well, yeah, so we have new rules in Germany this year. It used to be slight alterations to the FSAE rule set, which was devised in the United States. But for this year, we have a completely new separate rule set, which was made by the executive committee of the Germany event. And with those new rules, basically the only power restriction is the intake restrictor for combustion cars. So for gasoline, that is 20 millimeters, and for E85, that is 19 millimeters in diameter. The competition deems that enough of a power restriction that you can have whatever displacement you like beyond that. So whereas before it was a 610 cc restriction for the displacement of your engine, nowadays you can use 700 cc engines, or even larger if you would want to. Of course, those engines will also be heavier, so there's not really much point into carrying around a 1 liter engine if you're still restricted with the 20 millimeter restrictor anyway.
So Thijs, maybe then it's good to speculate a little bit about the effect of this rule on the competition. What can we see this year? Will the cars then also be faster? Will they probably be heavier? Or is there very little to none effect in your expectations?
I doubt there will be much effect, to be honest, because most teams will still go for the 500, 450, 600 cc engines anyway. What it will accomplish is that there is a higher availability for some teams. For example, some of the Indian teams have a lot of trouble getting hold of pretty expensive motocross cars engines, but now they can use quite cheaply available 700cc engines. Like I said, the power is still limited by the restrictor, of which the dimensions are unchanged. So the actual power increase will be negligible, I would say.
Thanks for the explanation, Thijs. I think it clears it up for all of us.
Yeah, it's always very good to have the oracle from Delft here, who knows everything and also is very good at speculating what the effects of possible rules changes could be in the future.
We've now got Heilbronn in the second run lane. They've switched drivers and looks like they're going to do their third and fourth runs and get them out of the way. It's a good strategy from them, I think. Can take the rest of the day to set up for the dynamic events tomorrow.
And also the team from Barcelona is joining the queue, car number 54.
Yeah, they were the second team to run this morning. So this will be their second driver and their third and fourth runs.
So meanwhile, the car on the test track is providing some entertainment for us. Driver has a lot of fun doing a lot of big power slides, so fun to watch always.
That's the good thing about the test track, is there's no cones to hit except for around the outside, and if you've hit those, you've really gone wrong.
I do have seen a couple of off courses on the test track in the past. It's always quite strange to witness. So another car coming up. Is that Hertfordshire again? I see nodding from the
It does look like their distinctive orange orange painted frame. It's very easy to tell.
So the team from Heilbronn, 239 doing the skid pad, second right-hand turn. Looking very composed in the left-hander, 664.
Well, you do see a lot of driver input. He's clearly having trouble getting the car in steady state. It looks like he had a bit of an understeer and he tried to correct that during the laps both ways. So it's not a asymmetrical feature. It's like it has a lot of understeer in both directions.
And funnily enough, the second driver has set the same exact time on his first lap as the first driver did. It's a little bit slower than the first driver's second lap, but still shows some consistency in the car. We've got some exuberant Spanish fans in the stand behind us. They're always a very vocal contingent.
Yes, there's some rivalry going on there between Valencia and Barcelona, maybe? I don't know. No?
It's the surname, I just was informed by one of the team members. So Valencia in the car from Barcelona to make it even easier for us also to follow here. So the team from Barcelona, if I'm correct, it's Etsy Motorsport. They came in first last year in Czech overall standings, and they also were third at skid pad. The most recent event might have been Czech, but I don't have the figures here. So in my overview, it's Austria. There they came in also at top 10, winning cost, and also top 10 in skid pad. Unfortunately, they were there not able to finish the endurance race. As said, in the overview that I have, I do not have Czech yet. As of tomorrow, we expected to have it. So apologies to any very good Czech results that I'm missing at this moment.
We'll have to check back later, I suppose, Steph.
Maybe even double check it.
And behind Hertfordshire, we've got TU Berlin coming for their second driver as well.
Heilbronn now has restarted for the last and final run.
Puts a very similar right-hand lap time to his first run, just 20 milliseconds slower. Finishes with, once again, a very consistent run, just 10 milliseconds faster than his previous run.
I think you didn't see it, Austin, but it was quite some drama there with the car from Heilbronn crossing the finish line, some big steering. While the team from Barcelona is approaching the starting line, they don't drive, according to the design spec sheet I have here, a four-wheel drive electrical car, what we had seen in other cars. They have a rear-wheel drive electric car, if I'm correct. So, Mickey, two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, how will it affect the skid pad times? Is there a significant difference, you think?
Well, in theory, it's easier to set up a four-wheel car for the skid pad because you have, let's say, more control over the whole car, front and back. However, if you have the setup, the mechanical setup right, it doesn't, in practice, it's not a huge difference. Although we do see the last year's winners, especially on electric cars, being four-wheel driven. So I would say there's a slight advantage over there.
Okay, first lap is a 6:14. And now in its last left-hand turn, very steady across the line. 6:12 on average. That's a very good time from Barcelona. So Barcelona getting to the starting line again for the second run. We have Hertfordshire firing up, München has fired up, and also UAS Munich has joined the line. It's an electric car, so it will not fire up.
And Barcelona driver starts his second run. It's a bit interesting. It looked to me like the team were trying to call him over to make some setup changes, but he's elected to go out for his second run immediately.
Exactly the same on the right-hand turn. I have to look up at the milliseconds now.
Where's Tyson when we need him? Just a tiny bit slower in the left-hand turn. The second driver doesn't improve on the first driver's runs, though.
Yeah, so the right-hand turn was 5 milliseconds faster, but the left-hand turn was a little bit slower. So on average, slightly worse, but still a very consistent and very good time.
Hertfordshire out for their third run. And it's officially raining. It's 5.87 right-hand lap.
So the team from Hertfordshire driving with a turbocharger for the first time this year. It's a 70% increase in power output compared to last year with the same engine, so that's quite impressive from them.
The left-hand lap was quite a bit slower than the right-hand lap, so the average lap time is just over 6 seconds. It doesn't improve on the first driver's times. Looks like the team want to have a word with the driver and maybe make some changes before he goes out for his second run, which gives TU Berlin a chance to take the green flag for their third run. They get a big cheer from the crowd.
So very steady on the steering wheel. I do hear a little bit of revving, so the throttle is not quite as consistent. Now it is. And crossing the line in a very decent time of 6 flat.
Made quite an improvement on the left-hand turn over the right-hand turn, sort of the opposite that Hertfordshire just did.
I did hear a lot of revving in the right-hand turn, so that may have had something to do with it. I'm not quite sure. If he can manage to do this also in the right-hand turns, the time definitely will improve by quite a lot.
You can see the driver moving the throttle through the clear bodywork. It's a cool feature.
We do see some very consistent times today. It's remarkable. I haven't seen this clean and steady times before, I must say.
It's really remarkable how steady these times are and how very close to each other. And even first drivers and second drivers are not that different even. So that's very, very remarkable to see.
And it is also an indication of the fact that teams did test this quite a lot. You can see very composed drivers, most of them actually. Very steady state. They have practiced it quite a lot, we can see.
Yes, and we haven't seen any 3 laps in a certain direction and one and the other, or big mistakes like that. The only cone collector we've seen so far is the Indian car, and wow,
this car is oversteering quite substantially.
He's having fun. We used to mark the Finnish drivers in the past by driving through their throttle pedal. Reminds me a little bit of that.
It's a reasonably quick time, a 5.9 second run for them. I think the the driver may go out and do his final run for the team. I don't see the team waving for him to come over or anything, so it looks like he's going to take the green flag again for his final run.
I mean, maybe it can also be that teams base their approaches a little bit on the data of last year. Last year it was equally wet, but a lot warmer, about 20 degrees warmer. So that also might affect why we can see some cars going out quite quickly in the beginning and then oversteering quite a bit. What do you think, Mickey?
Yeah, it might have an effect. I mean, last year it was, like you said, 20 degrees warmer, so the asphalt temperature is higher. Although it's wet, so it cools off a little bit. I do believe that has an influence on the time. So I'm really curious whether, let's say, the quickest teams will be able to beat, let's say, the 5.0 mark. I don't believe so. I think we will see the fastest times being 5.2, 5.3 maybe.
Yeah, the Karlsruhe E-Cars run was quite a good indication of that. It was a 5.5. Whereas last year we saw a 5.2, so that's 0.3 of seconds. Maybe they can approach this, but I would also expect a little bit slower times as last year regarding the temperature.
Well, that was exciting, and he sets the car's fastest time of the day on the final run, a 5.74 second run for them.
A very good result for the team.
And yeah, it looked fun too.
And that's also one thing that we think is important, right?
Yeah, you need to look cool while doing it. You get some points from us, and I think the photographers like it as well.
I'm not quite sure whether the officials agree with us, but...
There used to be a best driver award, but I'm not sure whether they give it out for the best skip pad these days.
Did you win it too many times in a row, Mickey? Is that why they stopped it?
No, unfortunately, I was never spectacular enough, or I never was on the radar of the judges, unfortunately. But I didn't mind because we won. So.
I find it really impressive how the photographers managed to stay dry while navigating between the sprinklers and the wet pad. If I tried to do that, I'd fall over. If any of the sponsors want a little bit of extra exposure, we'd really appreciate a few more umbrellas out here in the dynamic area. We're located just by the photography area for the media, so if you want to bring us an umbrella or two, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, of course, the only Brit in our midst is the one holding the umbrella. The rest of us are snugging in, but it's getting quite comfortable here.
It's part of the summer day pack stuff. You've always got to bring an umbrella and sunblock wherever you go. Once again, just a reminder, the skid pad track is completely empty, so if any team wants to make another run, now's a really good time to do so. You won't have to wait at all. And you'd give us something else to talk about, it would be really nice.
Yeah, we also saw that the driver queue has altered a little bit of what we saw in recent years. There's now one queue for the first drivers and one queue for the other runs. Maybe that's an indication that also the officials will not keep the skid pad open longer than the end time. So please, all teams, do not wait out too long. That is my advice to you. So we are here with the scrutineers for the driver queue. What are the things that you are checking? All scrutineers are quite reluctant to do an interview. That's not the first time it happened. Kevin, we already tried, but no, we just indicated that they have the hockey puck. While I approach one of the officials, what is it that you're checking here last minute in front of the queue before the cars are going to drive?
Well, we're checking that the driver actually knows what to do. You know, he might have been slightly distracted during the morning briefing, so we make sure that he knows where to start, where to stop, and that all the cones count and so on and so forth. Usually there's a lot of confusion about the rerun lane or second run lane and the exit and how far should he go. Those kind of things.
If I remember correctly, also last year you were the one doing the well, in-flight preparation style right-hand turn, left-hand turn instructions. Is that also one thing you're planning to do this year?
Yeah, we've slightly tweaked our routine, hopefully making it a little more, you know, the right optimum between entertaining and informative. So we reserve it to teams who've been here before because we don't want to confuse them any further. But of course, it all adds to the entertainment value. And Dana over there, she's also ready for the joke. So when we get a few more teams here that are up for a little laugh, then we'll do it.
Yeah, we certainly have to find random stuff to keep us entertained because the weather is definitely not helping us out here. Then again, the skid pad has been declared wet like last year, so no changes there.
Not at all.
Hey Steph, do you want to guess how many seats are in the stands on the other side of the track?
Is this a quiz?
Mostly I'm just curious because I've got no idea myself.
So if any of the teams can help us out there with counting the amount of chairs on the grandstand, then tomorrow we also know how many spectators approximately there are. I'm sure there are a lot of team members who are waiting for scrutineering, waiting for better weather, or having lunch at the moment. Also, I know that there are a lot of alumni watching over the live stream with basically nothing on hand. Yes, Delft alumni, I'm talking about you. Jurien, Erik Schmidt. Please find out.
See, we've got Hertfordshire coming up, which I think is their fourth and final run of the day. I can hear them clapping behind us.
Sorry for that. It's quite curious, quite nice to see that some of the cars you can really see from very far away. That is, in fact, the car. Hertfordshire is one of the cars by its distinctive orange main hoop. I'm not quite sure whether any other teams are running with an orange main hoop.
Not that I've seen so far. I think everybody's kept it quite standard, but it really does make it easy to see from all the way across the test area.
Yeah. Also, in the questionnaire, Hearts, I think was the team that made the most effort out of it. Long texts there. One of the fun facts that they have a team member who is able to bench press more than the weight of the car, which is about 220 kilos, if I'm correct.
Is his name Quick Jack?
I have no idea. Maybe a jacking bar. I don't know.
And Hertfordshire up to the starting line now. Got the green flag and they're off. Driver making quite a few corrections compared to some of the other laps we've seen. It does look a little bit slower than they've run. And he's hit a cone. Even without the cone, the time of 6.43 doesn't improve on their previous best time. They've now completed all their runs and they can get to work preparing for some of the other events.
So while we wait for the next car to arrive, Austin is walking up to the warm-up area near the entrance of the dynamic area. Austin, can you see any cars approaching over there?
There's quite a few cars parked in the engine warm-up bays. I see the University of Akron, TU Brno, Oxford Brookes, Mumbai, HTW Berlin, another different university from Mumbai, and car number 280, and I can't see what university that is from my angle.
Yeah, we also can see the probably most German-looking car on the test track from Rhein-Main. And they're scrubbing in their tires. I saw some power slides just now. Probably they're getting ready to warm up their engine and mostly their tires and scrubbing it in order to get to the starting line of the skid pad event.
And car number 280 is from the University of Kassel. I can see it now. It doesn't look like anybody's jumping into the line for the skid pad at any time soon, but we can always cross our fingers and hope that changes.
Wasn't the team from Kassel the Hercules racing team we saw from last year, Austin, with the wooden wings?
I think so, Steph.
We did something with a woodchucker. Can you remember?
Yeah, and they've got the wooden wings again once again this year. So I've got to agree with you on that. It looks quite good. The wood pattern wings. They're warming their engine up at the minute, so I'm not sure if they're going to go for a test run or headed over the skid pad. Just had a word with the team from Oxford Brookes. They're just going to send their driver out to do a few test loops on the test track and then bring him right over to the skid pad. Even though the test area isn't nearly as wet as the skid pad, it should give an indication of if the setup's done properly, and also put some heat in the tires if they can get over to the area quickly enough.
So I know
we've got a very enthusiastic member of the Akron team cheering them on, saying "Go Zips!" So they're definitely coming out soon, so hopefully we'll have a few cars on track in just a matter of minutes.
So regarding the Brookes team, you just mentioned, Austin, are they driving okay at this event? Because I do know that they had some issues in more recent events. You're the expert on Brookes.
Yeah, I think they're fairly confident for this event. They had an issue in the endurance event at FSUK where they had a ground fault which caused the engine to cut out temporarily, and when the engine refired there was a whole bunch of unburnt fuel and it effectively blew the exhaust off. They've since sorted the ground fault and have done some testing since then quite successfully. So hopefully that's that problem out of the way, but you never know what will crop up in Formula Student, so we'll see.
Yeah, so we have had seen in the past a fair amount of $1 parts causing quite dramatic failures at any time. You're probably the guy here in the commentary team with the most event experience here. Mickey, what have we seen in recent years?
Well, that's just way too much to sum it all up. But we've seen everything from broken bolts and nuts, like also completely exploded engines, mufflers falling off the cars, wings falling apart. So I think we've seen every bit of every component on the car fail in these years. I've seen even steering wheels coming off, and also the wheels flying off cars, which can be quite dangerous if it's not attached to the car anymore. And that's why a couple of years back they've introduced a rule that all the wheels should stay attached to the chassis, because if something like that goes, it's like 15, sometimes 15 kilograms, which just goes into the audience. It's quite dangerous. So, but it's so many things can break, and sometimes also the small parts, which literally cost $1, that can ruin your endurance and actually your whole competition.
Yeah, that is also the reason why we have the very, very thorough scrutineering inspection. In order to minimize the amount of well, real issues that can happen. Of course, all the cars are being made, designed, made and built by students. Not all the cars have had ample testing time before this event, so it can also be that for some cars this is one of the few times, one of the first times that their car is running. Normally what we do see in Germany is that most of the cars did have a fair share of testing time. And that has to do with the fact that in Germany it's one of the events with the highest competitiveness. So this is really the event, in my opinion, that all the teams want to be ready for. But also regarding the safety, all of the safety marshals here and the officials have had extra safety briefings. Most of them are alumni from teams years and years back, have basically seen everything already. And that's also I think one of the good things about this competition. Everybody knows where they can and cannot stand, and the safety briefings are also very thorough here, which should be done.
Yes, and just to remind everybody, like rightly you said, Steph, is that all these cars have been built by students, and as we all know, students are wonderful engineers, but not always very good planners and project managers. And you see that under time constraint, they work into the night, and then the quality checks are, let's say, neglected a little bit, and that results in cars being not always that reliable. So the more time you have on track testing and especially endurance testing on the car, the better you will do on the event. Although it's no certainty. I mean, you can see even in professional racing like Formula One that you know, it's not always easy to build a very reliable car and high-performing car. And especially if you have students which have a lack of sleep and work on Red Bull all day, then things can happen. And that's why it's good to have a very thorough scrutineering. I know that sometimes it causes complaints. They say, well, they take a really long time and they're being a bit too thorough. But I think for the safety of all the marshals, the drivers, and everybody involved, it's good to have a very thorough scrutineering.
I think it's also basically one of the main key trade-offs that teams have to make while planning their year. Teams only have about 9 months normally to finish and test their car before this event. And you can divide that time. You can stick a little bit more time in thoroughly engineering the car. You can also say, okay, we keep it simple, we build it, and then we're going to test really thoroughly. Maybe 2, maybe 3 months of testing time. And we actually have seen quite different approaches in this throughout the years of various teams. Although within years of teams, sometimes a team more or less carries over a little bit of more design from recent year and tests a little bit more. And then again, a team from the same team, university, 1 year after can say, okay, now we're going to focus fully on design. And that's also, I think, one of the very nice things of this competition. And that's also the good thing. It's not only the racing, it's also the statics. So normally what happens if you have a lot of design carryover from years and years, you will be penalized in design, especially when you just copied it. If you copy it for very good reason and you know exactly why things are why they are, then you can sell that to a design judge. But if you just copy it straight away because it worked, you will be penalized. But then again, your track performance might be better. So that's a key trade-off, and that's also what makes it nice. It's just not just racing a little bit and playing with the car. It's more than that.
Well, I guess that's the exciting part of a competition like this. There's no like one right formula to win it. It can be won in several different ways. We've seen, let's say, in the high days of GFR, building a fairly simple car with large wings and testing a lot on track and really dominating the competition, dynamically speaking. As well, other teams in the high days will really into the design and making a high performance car, spending more time on, let's say, behind the computer and engineering pretty late into the year, but then building a really good car, well-performing car. So I think that's really amazing about this competition. There's no one formula to win it. It can go several ways.
Yeah, I think also another thing is there's sort of milestones the teams need to reach throughout the year, which all lead up to this competition. They need to submit videos of the cars running. They need to submit certain reports at certain times. And I think last year that may even had an effect on who won the competition overall. One of the teams missed a few of the deadlines and got penalized for it. Otherwise, they quite possibly could have won the competition overall.
Yes, there's actually one, let's say, feature which is relevant to all teams that do well in competitions, and that's the fact that they're well organized. You see a well organized team always performing better than teams are not well organized. If everybody knows what to do in the team, and it all seems a bit quieter and less stressful situations, and if that's let's say something that they carry on through the year, then most of the time you will do better on the competitions. So that's the single, let's say, common fact that all the good teams have, is that they're well organized.
Yeah, and then again, that's the organization within 1 year, but we also have the organization over the years. And what we also can see is that the very top teams, what in my opinion separates them from the other teams, is not the fact that they have more resources. It's not the fact that they have, per se, better team members. It's not the educational level. It doesn't have to do with nationality. It has to do with the way the top teams are able to grasp the knowledge that has been built up throughout the year and more or less maintain it to the next year. And you can do that by documentation. You can do that with alumni involvement. You can do that with holding your team members over multiple years. We saw one of the teams that is not joining us here, but they had the kind of master apprentice system where all the team members were a minimum 2 or 3 year member of the team. So there are multiple solutions to this problem, but that is really the key of maintaining a good position and not having a one-hit wonder effect and then the next year it's done.
Yes, you see with some teams that they perform quite well 1 year, and then the year after that it's far less than anticipated. So we always want to see teams doing well over a certain period of time, especially some years. I think we have some examples in around the world of teams being competitive like for 10 years now, and obviously with some dips in the world ranking. But in the end, you know, it's about the usual suspects, and sometimes you see the teams that have 1 or 2 years really good performance out on track and in design events, but after that, that well-organized team leaves and then a whole new team picks it up, and that's always difficult. So yeah, alumni involvement, having some kind of structure over the years is very important to maintain a high level of competition.
Yeah, regarding the usual suspects, in my opinion, last year's Formula Student result was one of the most exciting we have had in a couple of years now, because the winner in the combustion event was the team from Munich, and the team winner in the electric competition was Karlsruhe. Both teams, in my opinion, already top teams for years and years, but always struggling a little bit with going the last mile. So winning it in Germany, as an example. And in my opinion, that is very nice, because those teams really bridged the gap, the very minor gap, I must say, but nonetheless, it's a very nice result for me, I think, last year, and very well deserved for 2 really top teams who have missed it out a couple of times, who have had quite some bad luck in recent years, and now in the end winning it before the other usual suspects, and that in my opinion was great. It's great for the competition to see a little bit of a spread over who is winning it, because if it is the usual suspects year and year and year and year, then it gets also a little bit boring. What do you think, Mickey?
Yes, and I think the first time you win an overall competition is like the most special one for a team, obviously. Of course, let's not forget that these teams like have a regular new team members, so every time you win, it's special for them. But it's difficult to get on top, but it's even harder to stay there, because there are a lot of teams, a lot of good teams wanting to win a competition like this, and especially if you're in your home country, for example, in Germany, of course, all the German teams want to win and show their home crowd how well they can do these things. So that's always very exciting.
Yeah, we know it's not only for Germany, it's important for the German teams. Notoriously, the UK teams always want to win the UK event. It also accounts for the Spanish event, the Italian event, and all the other events around the world. It's your home turf, and that's important, and it's easy.
Yeah, and we see for Germany, for example, it has the highest competition rate, let's say, so the highest score for the world ranking. So everybody wants to win in Germany, and you see all the good teams really well prepared. I think the level of competition in Germany is just highest of the world.
So we have some action again after this short history intermezzo of Mickey and myself. We have the Brooks car first lining up. I do believe that is Acron, the Zips racing team. Yes, I hear a woo, so that's okay. And then behind that, I can't really see yet. So up first are Brooks, with a distinct blue and white car from Brooks University. What do we know about this team, Mickey? It's quite a team that has been around for some times, right?
Yes, they're one of the oldest competing teams in from the UK. They have on their time. I do believe this is their final run. So we will find out soon.
Yeah, so we see on the rear wing, we see hashtag Terrence on tour. Terrence is one of the persons that has aided the team in recent years, helping them quite a lot in the workshop. And he's retiring this year, so this is their homage, if you would say. I don't know if that's a correct English word, but Austin can help me out here. It's a tribute. Homage, is that an English word?
Yeah, homage is a tribute, yeah.
So I was just, you didn't have your earplug in, but I was just talking about the Terrence on tour, hashtag on their rear wing. You have been on this team. When exactly were you a team member of Oxford Brooks?
I was a team member in Oxford Brooks from 2010 to 2011. Competed here in 2011. We had a quick car. We made it into the final four, being one of the four fastest in autocross, but we didn't finish endurance. We had some issues. The livery on this car is actually a throwback to a car from about 10 years ago. I think it looks quite nice.
Yeah, I was just telling the audience it looked distinct to me, but that may be because 10 years ago I was participating, so maybe it's just for me. But then again, it's quite a remarkable car every year. Do they still have the special cockpit, the special chassis?
They've actually got a folded carbon fiber chassis now. We had an aluminium chassis for several years, and they've slowly replaced the aluminium panels with carbon panels. So it's still constructed completely in-house by them. And maybe after the run, one of them can explain more about it.
Yeah, we know from the Rocks team the university itself is quite a renowned university. A lot of alumni from the university go into Formula One, for instance. They have quite some nice testing equipment. I've been there once a couple of years back. You also went to another university. Was it Columbia in the US? Yeah, I also went to Columbia in the US, and that team was almost the polar opposite. Columbia has a good engineering program, but almost no support for the Formula student team. So we basically built the car we could in the basement, and our goal was just to get a car built into competition, which we achieved. We weren't nearly as competitive as some of the other teams, but it was a victory for us just to be at the competition. And I think that spirit still exists in the competition today. There are some teams who come and their goal is just to compete. Yes, so then if you need to compare the Brooks team with the other team you went at, what then is the difference maybe in terms of professionality or resources, or I don't know? I think it's a lot more professional, and also the number of people on the team and their sort of variation in experience was quite a bit more than on the Columbia team. I mean, as you said, quite a few of them go on to work in Formula One and other forms of motorsport and motorsport-related companies. So first up is Oxford, after that we will see Acron, and after that also Bruno joined the queue. If any of our pronunciations of exotic cities are off, please assist us in this. We do have a range of nationalities and backgrounds, but we can't pronounce everything 100% correctly. So I can remember Jer from last year, so help us out here. And Oxford Brooks takes the green flag with their third run of the day.
It's a clean run for them, but not quite. Time of 5.91, still a good time, but not quite as quick as their time of 5.72, which still remains the fastest combustion time of the day.
Yes, and we have University of Akron just starting the skip pad event. Driver gets green flag and he's off. Very nice looking car, black finish all over with some red accents. Very decent looking car. Looks quite smooth. Can you tell us what kind of engines they're running?
Yeah, that's the 2009 Yamaha WR450.
So the first run is a 6.42. We did hear the Yamaha engine revving a little bit, so I think the driver needs to find a steady state in there, and he's ready for the second run coming immediately back. So he must be happy with the setup, so maybe that was a banker lap and now he's going for it.
Yep. Up for the next run, Akron, on the distinct Hoosier tires. I can only see in the design spec sheet the dry tires. It's the LC0 compound. I'm not quite sure. Usually it's the same compound. Also LC0 for the wet. Can also be the LC3 compound. They're here for the 6th time already, and last year they were top 10 in skid pad. They were the 7th place. So this also will be a very good benchmark, I think, for the combustion cars.
Well, Akron finished their run. I'm here with the Oxford Brooks team, who currently lead the combustion standings, and I'm going to ask them what prompted you to sort of make the decision to get all your runs out of the way so soon in the day.
So we've been monitoring the weather. We don't really see things getting any better throughout the day for us, so the decision was made to just run early. This gives us time in the practice area for tomorrow as well.
That sounds like a very good strategy. Well, best of luck, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your day now that you've finished all your runs.
Cheers, thank you very much.
So revving here riding for me is the team from Brno with the fiery dragon on the rear wing. We can remember also having it on last year. They actually won their home event this year in Czechoslovakia, or the Czech Republic, sorry for that, quite recently. Again, this, for the combustion teams, I think this is one of the top teams to monitor. So the time that will be set right now will be the benchmark, I think, together with the Akron time. It does look very fast. Some steering corrections there. But the rest of the way it's quite steady. So driver pushing it a little bit too hard. We could see it was very steady for a long time, and at a certain point he had to correct in almost every turn. And in the last turn he clipped the cone. In terms of time, it's 6.24 is a very good time, but unfortunately with the cone this will not be very competitive, and certainly not the time that they are looking for. So although you might hear that it is a single cylinder, it's not the usual suspect single cylinders that we know. It's actually a Husqvarna 510cc engine, one of the few teams driving around with it. The car is about 180 kilograms. I don't know the technical weight. With a 5.86, it's a very fast time.
And I got to say, his right-hand lap, he didn't move his hand around either of the two laps. It was perfectly steady right on the edge. The left-hand lap was a little bit ragged, but still a really good time from them.
So while we wait for the other cars to join the queue, it's maybe good to have an overall standing. First I will start with the combined times. So the fastest time was an electric car from the team from Karlsruhe with a 5.507. And also the second fastest run was also set by Karlsruhe with a 5.561. Third best time overall was the Brooks team with a 5.7, so that will make them the fastest combustion team. After that, München UAS with a 5.7, again Brooks with a 5.8, in Germany München again. And then we encounter at a certain point in place 8, the team from Brno. It's a 5.8, and after that a lot of teams dipping below the 6 and some teams going just over.
Yes, mind you, these are unofficial times because we don't have all the cone counts in this sheet accounted for, so these are unofficial times, and some of the times will change because of the cones that they hit.
It's a really good point, Mickey. I'm fairly confident both the leading combustion and electric times were cone free, but beyond that there's so many runs to keep track of, and there's only 3 of us. I can't be certain on anything. Over on the driverless track, we can see a team walking around with what looks to be some sort of sensor on a wheelbarrow frame, maybe giving some input to the car.
Do an interview.
Yeah, Steph, do you want to go over and see if you can speak to them and find out exactly what they're doing?
Yeah, let me just walk up there.
Yeah, we're now right in the middle of the time period for the driverless vehicle track walk. So all the teams taking part will be getting some valuable data, and we'll find out exactly what that is when Steph gets over there.
Yeah, basically I see the team doing 2 things. I see guys walking around with cameras, filming probably the cones, the location of the cones. And I also see guys with a sort of cart. One team is presumably doing the ideal line, and another guy is doing the exterior lines. So I think they will be measuring up the track. I see a lot of laptops going on. So they are allowed to do that. They're allowed to scan the premises, so to say, for the autocross or the track event for the driverless vehicles this afternoon. Yeah, let me try and get to approach one of the teams to ask what they're doing. Now we've got another variant here. So we have cameras, we have things with wheels, and we also have a team measuring up with, I think, what is to be a LiDAR. So everybody's measuring up the track.
We've got another car joining us here in the queue for the skid pad. When I say queue, the non-existent queue for the skid pad, it looks like it's the car from the University of Ulm, car number 244, making their first run of the day. This is the Einstein Motorsport team. Very nice gold and carbon livery.
Yeah, so we just heard one of the team members giving a target to the driver of a 5.6, which is, I think, pretty ambitious for the circumstances. But who knows? You have to give him a target time, I guess, so he knows what to go for and how to react on that.
Yeah, I suppose you've got to find the balance between giving him an achievable time and giving him a competitive time. And so 5.6 is a pretty logical target, at least for the first run, and then he can see where he compares and decide whether he needs to add more gas or take away some throttle. And the US Ulm fires their car up.
So Austin, maybe I got one of the team members here from one of the driverless teams. Who are you and where are you from?
I'm from Hanover, and yeah, we're selecting here at the track walk some sensor data for autonomous vehicle.
Yeah, and from which team are you?
Hanover, horsepower Hanover.
Yeah, so we're here on the driverless track. And what kind of sensors do you use to check the track?
We use the IMU and a camera for this.
Yeah, so IMU for the guys in the grandstands, what is that?
Yeah, so
it's an inertial measurement unit. It can detect acceleration and gyroscope, so it can track the position of the platform.
And I also see other teams with other kinds of sensors. So what do you think that they have to measure the track?
It seems like they have like odometers and laser scanners, GPS antennas, cameras.
So yeah, thank you guys. A lot of sophisticated stuff going on here, and let's see what the teams can do this afternoon. I'm coming back to your position now, Austin.
Great, thanks, Steph. We've got Ulm making their first lap around the track. Right-hand time of 6.1 puts them sort of in the bulk of the competitors so far. Then significant improvement on the left-hand side of 5.84 for an average of 5.97. Gets a cheer from the crowd.
Yes, the drivers seem to be struggling a little bit on the first lap to get the car going and also in the right gear. I do believe that the higher gear is a little bit better instead of the first one because that's just way too sensitive on throttle. So the moment he had it in the right gear and the steady state, and you saw the time dramatically improving, leaving them at 5.97. I'm not sure whether they will go ahead again, but the track is clear, so they could elect to go ahead with the second run.
Yeah, so here on the driverless track, I'm not quite sure whether I made the teams very happy. When I was walking across the track, maybe I might have interfered a little bit with their scanning of the premises, so they have to walk probably an extra lap.
Yeah, it's going to think you're a big green cone.
Yeah, in terms of looking like cones, yesterday in the rain, Austin, you made quite an effort yourself. So
all I wanted to do was stay dry in a colorful manner. I've also got my outfit ready for the next 80s disco night I go to, I think. We've got another car joining the queue. Steph, it's, I think, you're one of your favorite liveries you've seen, car number 265 from US Rhine-Main.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Austin. This is one of the nicest liveries we have around here, I think. Definitely the most German-looking livery we have. Yeah, so the team from Rhein-Main here is currently being approached by the scrutineer. They have this year built their first monocoque. They're here for the 10th time already. So yeah, first year monocoque. They also have a self-developed Simulink throttle-controlled electronic throttle. And in general, they indicate on their design spec sheet that they have had much improvement compared to last year. As a reminder, last year the team came in overall 52nd. With some fairly decent positions all around. Unfortunately, it does look like that they had some issues with reliability. They did not set a skid pad time, nor did they set an endurance time. They did set an acceleration time and an autocross time, which were quite fast, around the 20 position, both of them. So yeah, the team has been here already for 9 times before, so 10th time that they're here. And they're around the 100th position on the world ranking list. They do drive the KTM LC4 690cc engine. So in that they are participating with a single cylinder also in the combustion class. In the dry they run the Hoosier tires, in the wet also. So what basically the difference is between these tires is maybe an interesting thing to discuss. We see the dry tires and we see the rain tires. What are exactly the rules on Formula Student Germany regarding the usage of dry and wet tires, Austin?
Well, for this event here, it's the wet skid pads, so the teams have to use rain tires. There are multiple track conditions that the officials will declare. They've got dry, damp, and wet. If the track is dry, the teams must use slick tires. If the track is declared damp, the teams have the option of using either slick tires or rain tires. And if the track is declared wet, the teams must use rain tires.
Yeah, and basically the difference between any dry tire and any wet tire is the fact that they have the grooves in the tire.
Yeah, that's correct. And also the rain tires tend to be a bit softer. So if you do try to use them on a dry track, they'll wear out quite quickly and grain, and it won't give you any advantage at all.
So first run for them, car 265. We saw them on the test track earlier today with their SPR17 car. The first run for a team from Rhein-Main. Quite some drama off the starting line. See a lot of steering input, some braking input. The brake light is on, I think.
Not sure what's happened. He's stopped, but he's trying to restart. Officials are approaching the car. Driver is shaking his head. He's just nodding again. He looks like the team's going to have to come over and push him off. Car 347 from Mumbai back out. They were here for a run earlier. The driver had some trouble staying on track. Hopefully they've been able to tune the car and calm the driver down a bit and allow him to get a good time in now.
Yeah, so we saw the team from Rhein-Main stalling. One of the team members is approaching with the push bar to take it off. I don't think there's any need for panic for them. They have plenty of time for the weekend to go back into the pits, check what went wrong and try and fix it. In terms of fixing things on site, this is where it will get a little bit difficult. in terms of equipment. Back at home in your workshop you have quite a lot of sophisticated equipment to do most of the times whatever you want, or you have most of the time university grounds or a sponsor. Here on site it's a little bit different. That's why there's a very big truck on the very far end of the paddock. So to all visitors who have never been here before or have never seen it before, back at the end of the paddock, on the far end of the paddock, near the tunnel, is parked a very big truck, and you see all sorts of teams trying to fix whatever problem they have there. Assisted for years and years, it's a little bit a tradition now. They are assisted by guys from the Delft team who happily bring that truck every year. It used to be, not so unique. That it used to be very unique that the team brought a truck. Nowadays, regarding the upped levels of professionalism all around, we see quite a number of teams bringing their truck. But I don't believe that any of the teams bring also their entire workshop with them. Do you think so, Austin?
No, it's for a lot of the teams they're traveling from abroad or from places where it's not the easiest to get to, so they've got to pick and choose what they fit in the shipping container. And a lot of teams do rely on teams like Delft and others for assistance if they do need to make some repairs during the competition. Another key point about making repairs during the competition is if it involves anything that's safety related or anything that's been scrutineered, if you do make repairs, you do need to go back to scrutineering and have the scrutineers check your car over and make sure it still is safe to compete.
Yeah, and additionally, you're not allowed to take any safety-related stuff off the paddock. So you're not allowed to do anything basically on the campsite or wherever. It's also to keep the safety in par. So the paddock closes at night, as far as I believe.
Yeah, I believe the paddock closes at midnight each evening, so the teams have to be finished up for their work for the evening and come back, I believe, as early as 6 a.m., but I'm not 100% sure on that number.
So another car joined the line after Mumbai. It's a team from Ulm. It looks a bit golden to me. What do you think, Austin?
Yeah, it's golden carbon. They were out for a run earlier, and I really noticed their very distinctive and attractive livery. The Einstein Motorsport team.
It is. We were just corrected by some very happy team members here on the fences. That is the color yellow from Munich, right? No, I misheard it. I have an inner plug-in. So regarding the color, what is the color?
It's Phoenix yellow.
Phoenix yellow. I thought it was Munich yellow, but it's Phoenix yellow. Very good. Thank you.
Car 347 from Mumbai is taking the green flag. Let's see if the driver can put together a clean run, unlike he was able to do earlier on in the day. This driver from Mumbai with a very cautious start. As we've said before, this first lap doesn't count towards the time. It's only when they do their second lap in each direction that's count towards the time. Driver appears to be taking it much more steadily than the first driver. And they finished with a time of 7.03. Their left-hand time was a significant improvement on the right-hand time. So let's see if the driver wants to go through and take his third run, or the team's third run, his second run immediately. Does look like he's going to pull off and speak to his team before he has another run, which gives US Ulm a chance to put in another time.
Yeah, the team from Ulm was just reminded by the guys at the fence that they needed to put the GoPro on. We see a lot of teams registering also on camera their runs for the obvious reason that they are able to improve then over the runs by looking it back, and also tracking very good if they have hit any cones whatsoever on the front wheels.
And also a reminder for any teams that do have some good footage, the media team here at FSG would very much appreciate it if you wanted to share it with them. You can find us in the media garage, which is all the way at the far end of the pit lane, just by the exit of the dynamic events.
So they finished with a time of 6:07, and it looks like it's not an improvement of the previous time, which was 5:97. Then again, it's very consistent. So that's, like we said earlier this morning, always a good indication of the level of preparation that the teams have had. So again, we see a team that presumably has quite some testing already carried out before this event.
Just a reminder that the Formula Student driverless track drive event will start in approximately 25 minutes, and that will take place on the section of actual racetrack. So if you want to start making your way over to the stands, it might be a good time now if you want to get a good seat.
So yeah, regarding the driverless competition, I do see that 5 of the teams have now passed the tech inspection. Yesterday we only saw 4 teams driving. If I remember correct, it was Zurich, it was Karlsruhe, it was Augsburg, and it was TU Hamburg. I do think that the driverless team from Green Team Stuttgart was next in line to complete. So my best guess would be on them. I'm reloading the tech inspec site as we speak, but where we stand, the Wi-Fi is leaving me a little bit. So once we have the confirmation, I will update you as soon as possible.
We've got a new car coming in to take the green flag for the skid pad event. They get a big cheer from the fans over in the grandstand. It's from HTW Berlin. Car number 300. I think these are the guys that were doing a bit of testing earlier on in the morning. Sounded very exciting when he would launch off the line. The officials making some final checks. It looks like they're scanning the driver's wristband to make sure they've identified the correct driver for this run. And HW Berlin with a time of 6.1, very consistent between left-hand and right-hand turns.
Quite some drama of the starting line. For the first driver, second run. So we can see a lot going on. I hear a lot of throttle input, also quite some steering corrections. This means that the driver really has to work hard to keep the car steady state. Let's see if they improve their time of a 6.1. No, it's a 6.33. So presumably the driver pushed it a little bit too hard, and in order to correct, he lost some time there. Nonetheless, a 6.1 is a very good time for them, and they still have 2 runs left for the second driver.
Regarding the driverless competition that Steph was just talking about, looking at the update on the scrutineering, and it looks like Green Team Stuttgart driverless still hasn't passed the braking inspection fully yet. So we'll see if they're able to get that finished before the event starts in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, it would be nice if we had another car running at this event. Yesterday we had 4 cars running at acceleration and also 4 at skid pad. Hopefully we can add another one to our portfolio of driverless cars this afternoon. So watching the team from HTW Berlin more closely, they have beer cans as a catch can. So all teams have catch cans. You can make it very difficult, but you can also make it quite easy for yourself because it functions very well and it's lightweight. So it only needs to contain the fluids that might overflow a little bit. So there's no real point in over-engineering that one.
Yeah, that's a good point, Steph. I know I've seen some cars with very complex carbon fiber and other various material catch cans, but in my opinion, it's just as easy to get an empty aluminum or can and use that instead.
Yeah, we can see some of the teams being very creative with reusing all sorts of available materials. I can remember once that one team had a scatter shield made out of a road sign, so it's nice reuse of materials.
I can confirm that Karlsruhe also has a beer can catch tank. This is the Karlsruhe combustion car. It'll be the first time we've seen them. We can see how they compare against their electric car, which has run the fastest lap of the day so far with a 5.51 second run.
I can also remember Karlsruhe last year failing in endurance quite dramatically. I believe it was the last lap. They were doing very, very well, very fast turns all around. Nonetheless, they were still in a top 20 position, so that's quite remarkable considering the fact that they were not in a position to finish endurance. Karlsruhe being also very close by Hockenheim, a little bit more to the south. I think it's about half an hour drive. And one of the teams that participate with 3 cars in this event. So they have an electric car, they have a combustion car, and they have a driverless car. And we have also seen all 3 of them actually on track. So that probably makes them the only team with 3 driving cars on this event, right?
Oh yeah, I believe so. Yeah, it's a very good accomplishment, yes. And getting some applause from behind us. So
that's worth an applause, I think.
Yeah, it's hard enough just running 1 car, but to have 3, all very different technologies, is very impressive.
So you can see how professional this goes. I almost can't see the driver steering at all. That means that this car is very drivable. They tested a lot, and it's in a very, very controlled, steady state all the way through the corners. First lap was a 6.02. And the second one is 6.08, averaging 6.05. So that's a very good time for them. I am refreshing my timekeeping sheet in order to see whether it's also the fastest combustion time of the day. I don't think so.
No, I think the fastest combustion time is still a 5.72 from Oxford Brooks. I think that puts Karlsruhe just behind Ulm, who set a 5.97 a few runs ago.
Yeah, so you're correct. The fastest combustion time is a 5.724 from Brooks. The right-hand lap was a 5.89. It's very fast already. And a 5.94. So averaging a 5.92. This will put them now in a third position.
We've got a few new cars joining the queue. We've got car 202 from Rennteam Stuttgart, car 220 from Magdeburg, and another car joining from the other side of the dynamic area. I can't quite see the number yet. And the final car is TU Valencia. I wonder if their driver's name is Barcelona. That would be quite funny.
So UAS Ulm starting with the Phoenix yellow car, car number 244 on our third run. So 6.17 for Ulm, not an improvement for their best time yet, which was a 5.974.
Ulm now setting off for their fourth and final run.
This looks quite fast from where I can see. The steering is quite controlled. I do see some throttle action going on, so let's see if he can be faster than his already fastest time of a 5.97.
It looks like he's just taken out two cones and another two as he slides across the line backwards. It's a very impressive finish. Gets some style points, but unfortunately not going to be a good time for them. So I think their best time still remains 5.95 or something thereabouts.
Yeah, it is a proper 180 though. So next up, after car 244 is the Rennteam Stuttgart. I think it's no coincidence that they drive quite closely to the Karlsruhe team we just saw now. We see this often, that the top teams mimic each other's strategies. Also a way of not losing too many points when you look at track conditions. Maybe there'll be an oil leak, or maybe the weather will significantly improve. So you see often that the top teams follow each other very, very closely to not get too many distance. It's on. Meanwhile, we can also see the Czech winners with the Fiery Dragon from Bruno approaching the second, third and fourth queue. So as a reminder, there are 2 queues. One is for the first run, the other queue is for runs 2, 3 and 4. And this is a measure in place from the officials in order to have every team being able to make at least 1 run. Normally all the cars in the first run will go before the team from Bruno, unless they have some maybe last checks which take a bit longer, or maybe some issues in starting the car. That can always happen. But usually the first driver car, the first run car, is going to get priority above the other one. So off the line Stuttgart, looking for the 5.724 from Brooks, the fastest time of the day.
It's a consistent run between left and right, a time of 6.08 average. And looks like the driver is going to pull right up to have his second go immediately.